Who that there? Who that there? People? People? Hello? Hello? Say something. Don't you be chatting all the way before I come online and then, you know, just say nothing. I sound like Cartman. Hello? General Kenobi. My G. Hi Mira. Welcome to the creator to Absolute Chaos. It's the Magic Man. Magic Man. Magic Man. How is everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Also, I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or not about Cartman. Thanks, Apple. I don't know what's going on, but on the screen, I can only see Zoe and Apple commenting. I'm doing peachy fine. Zoe, how is the art trades coming? If a few more people from the Discord turn up, we will have a quick discussion about the Christmas idea, the Secret Santas. Yes, everybody go and say hello to Mira, because she's just literally followed me the last few minutes, and her art is absolutely peng. I'll give her a quick shout out on Instagram. We'll have a little look-see like we do to all the newbies. I know only the Catwoman. Does anybody have a Catman? Catman's a thing. Path, how's your reading? Dan, have you ever actually started drawing yet, or are you just here for the ride? Seriously, Catman I've never heard of. Are you going insane? Is that what this is? Give me a quick second. By the way, guys, played with the settings a bit today to try and up the quality. If it starts lagging, do let me know so that I can quickly go offline and put it down a bit. Just testing some stuff out. In my mind, I'm a quality artist, not so much in real life though. Thank you very much. Yeah, so guys, as an initiation, just like we did in the last stream, we're just going to go and lurk and embarrass Mira on her account, just for a second. Because that's just the way that it goes here. Sorry, Mira. There she is, guys. Go follow her. Go follow her. Look at those 4,000 juicy followers. That's insane. That is insane. But look at this. Look at the detailing on that. That's ridiculous. How do people do this? I want to be able to stream stuff soon. Applehead, good luck. It's harder than it looks. In essence, I'm just talking to myself, which is kind of embarrassing when there's people in the next room, but, you know, live and let die. But seriously, I wish I could draw in that style. I just can't. Especially traditionally. Like, I could, I guess, if I wanted to, but I'm just, like, terrible, so I don't. Bro, you're either pretty good at art, Mira just said, but... I mean, each to their own. I mean, I can't really comment on that, to be honest, though. And I'm loving this owl, by the way. This owl, I mean, it looks a bit angry. It looks a bit mystical. Very mandala-y. I like it. Six whole viewers already. You guys are mad. 6 people. Why are 6 people here watching me ramble about somebody else's work? It looks so pretty on my... It does. It does. Also, I like that. I love it when artists on Instagram do stuff like the pens on the side and like that little pine cone. It's just so cool. Like, I wish I was that cool, but I'm not. So, what can I say? Right, shall we stop embarrassing me, Mira now then? Lol, I don't like owls. It was a challenge to draw. Well, it turned out pretty good. If you don't like owls, why did you draw it? That's the first question I've always got for people. If you don't like something, why are you drawing it? Anyway, we will leave Mira alone for a second, if you give me 1 sec. Okay, and of course Photoshop decides it doesn't want to work. Give me a second. Of course, when we go live, it decides it doesn't want to work. Ugh. Where are we? That's the one. There we go. That was from an Inktober challenge. Nice. I've never done an Inktober. Like, I don't know why. It'd probably be useful, but I end up like drawing every day anyway, so I don't see there's a lot of point. Probably next year I should give it a go. Zoe, stop looking. So, this was the last piece of work, and like a total idiot, I got halfway through and I realised I wasn't recording. And everybody seems to love it when I do this kind of artwork, so I thought it would be fun. Yes, I know you're still looking. Hold on. Is that better? Are you still looking? Are you still looking? Well, tough. We're going to look at a lovely face. Yeah, so I decided it would actually motivate me to come on here a bit more if we started doing a paint together and we have a laugh with it. So, let's say over the next week, we're nice assets. I love how everybody else has gone quiet. It's just Zoe speaking to herself. Yeah, we're going to go live a couple of times over the next week, see how it goes. And we are going to be drawing Ahsoka because on the Instagram poll, it was just chaos. I thought given last week's Mandalorian episode that Bo-Katan would come, close, but yeah, Instagram has this thing about Ahsoka, doesn't it? We're just enjoying. What are you enjoying? Dan, what are you enjoying? Are you enjoying this, or are you enjoying just lurking in the background, not speaking? Hello, 7th viewer. Who are you? Introduce yourself. Hello. Welcome to my idiotic British rambling. And lurking. I love Ahsoka so much, I'm my cat's Ahsoka. It is orange, right? It's an orange and white cat. Please tell me it's an orange and white cat, that'd be perfect. I want to call a cat Talon, but I don't have a red and black cat. Also, how are we doing for volume? Is everything good? We can hear the music. I spelled her name wrong. I'll send you a picture of her. So we do it. I won't be able to pick it up now, but I'll certainly have a look later. Unless chat wants me to show it on stream. Lurkers! Lurkers everywhere! Say hello! Introduce yourselves! I must know who you are! Anyway, yeah, so that's the story behind that. That actually did quite well. Here's one last look for Zoe, so that, we all know that she's looking. A bit louder would be good. Are you talking about the microphone or the music? Dan. Mike. Give me a second. Is that better? Further? Put it a little bit further. How about now? We all good? I just gotta say, I've never seen it before, but it's amazing how you shade out the shape of the characters' bodies before you sketch them. Applehead, this is actually something we're gonna go through tonight, hopefully. We're gonna go through this first, I'm running around doing the tea and listening to this, very good. Yeah, Applehead, we're gonna be going through how I do a lot of this, and we might discuss a little bit of the theory about it as well. Because it's something which comes into its own when you're painting more than drawing, because I know a lot of people like to do the sketch first, whereas I actually prefer to do the silhouette, because it means it gives me the opportunity to sort of scale things down rather than up, because obviously it's a lot more kind of doable to get rid of or erase part of a painting rather than, you know, add to it later, if you know what I mean. So we'll go through that. You can hear me perfectly. Mira can hear me. It's all good. It's good, guys. We're all good. Running around it. I always forget. For some reason, I still think that I'm in the UK. So I'm like, when people say, like, I'm running around doing tea, I completely forget about the time difference. Because obviously here it's 8 o'clock. Yes. Anyway. So, give me a second. So, we're going to be doing Ahsoka. This is the reference I'm going to be using. Alrighty. Purely because it's ridiculous trying to get double-sworded poses on Pinterest and whatever. So I've actually done a quick sketch of this before we came on stream, because normally it takes me like hours to come up with a silhouette. But it's really, really basic, and we'll be going through everything. And I decided to do this version of Ahsoka. Honestly, because it kind of fits the pose a bit more. I know everybody loves Clone Wars version, but for me, I prefer drawing this one. Plus, it also lets me kind of show off the techniques a bit more. I can send you refs for double posing. I take them myself all the time because I can't find. Exactly, they're impossible to find, right? But I'll tell you what, Zoe, if you want to share them with people, put them in the Discord in the useful resources room. That way we can all have a look at them and we can all discuss them together. Guys who aren't in the Discord, go down below into the links and click on Join the Art Hub. If you go in there, there's a group of us. There's about, 45 of us in there at the minute. Really lovely people, and we all just, share, play games, share works in progress, that kind of stuff. I can make a photo. Do it, yeah. Do a Google Drive folder, and limit the access. We'll all be good. But yeah, that is the plan. Okay, so just gonna get rid of that, and just quickly, I'm just gonna show you. You see all of these layers here, right? All of these layers in the bottom right-hand corner. This is just lighting. Like, this is not shading. This is not building. This is like nothing. It's just lighting. So, I think that just goes to show how long a process this actually can take. Or can be, rather. So, without further ado, like I said, I've already got started. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that number, Zoe. I'm not even going to try. So this is my base sketch. Okay? Because the reason I do it off stream, most of this stuff, is generally because it takes me forever to actually get this done. And that's not the sort of thing that you want to watch me doing, because it just makes me super frustrated. But like you can see, normally, I just kind of do that basic outline, that basic feminine outline, and then fill in. So yeah, let's go. This is actually the first time I've done actual painting live on stream for, don't know, about 6 months, so it might be a bit iffy. Again, if there's any lag, let me know. But yeah, normally what I would do is over the top of this bottom layer here, I'd just create one over the top, and normally I would actually just quickly go around it. Just fill in those blanks. I love how your sketches look. My sketch is basic. To be fair, so are mine. I mean, even with my kind of comic-y style drawing, like, the base layers actually look more like paintings than the finished drawings do, which is interesting. And people always comment it, like, especially on the speed paints, and go like, how do you do it? It doesn't make any sense. But it's like the theory behind it is more or less that if you've got a silhouette, let's say like this, okay, it actually gives you that visual of what the shape looks like, whether things look too straight or too round, if there's too much going on. And if you can, let's say if you, like, for example, zoomed it all the way out to this kind of area, if you've just got a silhouette and you can still roughly figure out what the thing is that, you know, you're drawing, then it's a good sign, because it means that, you know, in terms of a pose, it makes sense visually. So yeah, normally I'd make a really dark layer, and I'm just gonna put it over the top like this. There we go. So zoom that out a bit and merge it down. There's lots of merging and layers, because your sketches are actually very clean. The line work takes absolutely forever. I use that mainly for thumbnail and character design. Yeah, I mean, in essence, that's what the point is. The difference here with this kind of, you know, painted stuff is that you're actually building, in essence, a 3D model rather than drawing a picture. So it's like a totally different process. The thing is, I've kind of gotten out of the habit from being able to draw something straight away, and I kind of even build my drawings now, I think, just through habit. So that looks incredibly good already. Dan, we haven't even started yet. Oh, Dan has followed the way. I thought you already had, but cheers, dude. Appreciate it. But yeah, from here, and I actually might just turn this a little bit down, a little bit darker. Sorry guys, I'm not actually bringing up the info boxes at the minute, because it's on just a sort of like a, it's showing Photoshop, not the windows above it, but I can switch to this screen if you'd prefer to see like the boxes and everything that pop up. It's up to you. You can let me know. If you let me know in the chat which one you prefer, if you prefer this screen or the close-up, then we can go with that from here on in. But yeah, I like to get these nice kind of light tones just to kind of 3D model it a bit. So just figuring out where that lighting is. Both works, but I like the close-up one more. Yeah, I prefer it like this because you can actually see the artwork, whereas the rest of it's just taken up by Photoshop. If you see what I mean, just to add in that little bit of dimension. Nice and smooth. And the beauty, especially of Photoshop, and I will zoom out with this for a bit. Oop, sorry. Is the opacity at the top here. I like to have it around about 30% for this, because it just lightens everything enough to give it a highlight without it being too, you know, highlighted. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Zoe, add that to your t-shirt list. You see what I mean? But it means that slowly you can start to build up these forms. But say, for example, the lighting is coming from this direction. It means the more that I make brush strokes on this side, the more definition it kind of gives. See what I mean? And you can really start getting those kind of shadows going. And that movement. And again, the closer you get to those really dark edge lines, the more form shape takes place. Or starts to take shape, should I say. So, just like to do this really, really roughly around absolutely everything. I always have issues with lighting. Trust me, like, the thing is with lighting, right, it's good to have an idea before you even get started, or even in this really early stage. Just, you know, roughly where that light's going to go. Later on you can do all the like the little bits. I love how much thought you put into the light. My strategy is just to be honest, half the time mine is. The only difference is that I just kind of go, like, for example, I want it to roughly go that way. Alright, so naturally, and I've actually stupidly done it wrong here, but naturally it means that this side of the face is more light, and that's it. Okay, you can get into the more finicky details of it a lot later. And again, if it's coming from there, that means these top parts of the chest are going to be nice and light. You're not going to get a huge amount underneath the neck, so you don't need to do too much there. Just give that chin a little bit of definition. Just little bits on top of the shoulder blades. Again, it's just building that form, and if you have this mindset straight from, you know, the beginning, it just results in a much cleaner kind of result, because you've already, even at this really early stage, got it, you know, in mind. But for many years I just did guesswork. I just went, oh, that looks good there, it looks good there, and then I kind of added it in sort of post-production in the much later stages. So I ended up with a image which looked really flat, but at the same time had lighting, and it just didn't look very natural. But again, it's like you said, it sounds like I put a lot of thought into this, but if you do it a lot and you think you just kind of make it part of your process, you stop thinking about it after a while. Like, this is just what I do for every piece now. So for people who have never done it before, it sounds scary and complicated and everything, but for me it's just as it is. It's just what I do. I just guess where to stick the light. I think everybody starts like that, honestly. And I always struggled with the whole lighting thing, honestly. I used to do the opposite, and I used to start with roughly the same colour, and I used to add the shadows. But I ended up with the shadows ending up really dark, and the highlights not really highlighting, if you get what I mean. Again, the beauty of this stage is, you can see here, you know, it's just about building those forms in the body. You don't even need to have the best anatomy, but just knowing that the shoulder, or the upper part of the upper arm, is different to where the bicep is, and it just brings that out. So again, I'm going to go nice and light there. And this was also the beauty of digital art, is that I can press the undo. Which you're going to be seeing a lot of. Again, nice and highlighted there. Again with the lightsaber, it's exactly the same. Alright, and you can see we're slowly building up definition. Again, just keep going nice and naturally. The undo button is the love of my life. You have no idea. Actually, at this point, when I'm painting, obviously I've got my stylus on this hand. No, on this hand. My English is gone. But the other hand I've constantly got on Control Z. So I'm just constantly Control Zing. Cheers, Dan. Yeah, honestly, digital art is just a godsend for people like me who are just perfectionists. Because obviously I started off in school, no, art only undo, pretty much. But in school, we obviously, being our age, digital wasn't really a thing yet, and it was frowned upon, like, quite heavily, by, let's say, our art teachers and all that sort of stuff. So people like me who were real perfectionists, never liked how their work turned out, kind of had to make mistakes, live with them, and not like their work, which was confidence destroying, honestly. So this has absolutely changed the game. But again, everywhere, you just find these little bits where the lights are, and just, again, imagining it's a 3D model, just build. You get those nice light areas, light, and the dark areas contrasting. Okay. I know we're not supposed to speak about this week's Mando yet, because people in the States might not have seen it yet, but how did we feel about last week's? Oh, Amber. Hello, Amber. Thank you for coming. I loved your piece earlier, by the way. Guys, I think I shared it on my story, didn't I? Last week's with Frog Lady. Oh, sorry, yeah, Frog Lady and Bo-Katan. That was the main reason I put up for Bo-Katan to be, you know, today's subject, but I was perfect. Yeah, guys, make sure to go and follow Amber. You'll see her under the same name, actually. Amy Animates. I shared her latest piece to my story, and she's really, really sweet as well, so she's one of my favourites. And she's in the Discord as well. She just lurks. My ADHD went whee! I'm not surprised. I'm not gonna lie, I said this to a few people in the Discord. I also said it to you as well, Dan, when we were speaking. The first time I saw it, I loved it, but I couldn't, there was something not right, and I figured out that it was Bo-Katan's haircut. It just looked like your sister's Barbie doll, which had been got out with scissors and then dunked in red paint. Or ketchup or something stupid. After the second time, I just don't see it anymore. But it's awesome. Such a good episode. My favourite Ollie. Yes, I do lurk in the Discord. Yeah, I think half of the Discord is just there to lurk and see what I'm really like. And they're very disappointed. And again, actually, one of the things which people seem to have, obviously it's the meme, isn't it, within the art community, is about hands. And this is where this technique comes in, like, to its own, as well. As if you do the silhouette of the hand, you can kind of, I don't know, sculpt it, as opposed to trying to draw the damn thing, and that kind of 3D element can give it so much more definition, because your mind already has figured out what parts of it are forward, what parts of it are backwards, etc. I'm sorry I'm not that. My breakers. That's fine, Zoe. We know you exist. You're in the streams. That works. Shush you. You can draw Star Wars. Big point. Thank you. Appreciate that. There is no disappointment. I find it really fun and entertaining, although I like nothing about Star Wars. Feet suck, I can only draw them from the side. Just don't bother trying to draw feet. People go on about hands all the time. I'm the same. Like, feet for me are just madness. Literally, hands are Satan. That's another one for the t-shirt collection. So we probably should get some Art Hub merch, if I'm being honest. Hashtag Art Love. Hands are Satan. The Star Wars room is chaos. Again, as well as that, like, in terms of this, you can see already, I've barely done anything. All I've actually done is put some slight highlights on it, and the form is just totally different. Art Hub, which would be amazing. I'll do it. I've already got 3 stores open. I'll make an Art Hub one. Doesn't bother me. I'll wear it on stream. I've already got the thing up there. Where is it? There. Me spazzing out for the first time on stream. And again, just going to take it up a notch. And what I like to do is bring down the size a little bit. And again, just go over. In fact, undo all that. Go onto a new layer and just define that shape even more. Really get that movement going. Oh. It would be shipping could end up costing 33. Maybe. I think it depends on where it is made, honestly. Like, I do most of my stuff on Teespring because I've already got an audience on there, but it's slightly more tricky to actually get the marketing rights. Whereas Redbubble, you can. I was speaking to Amber about this yesterday, wasn't I? It's more tricky to get your stuff selling on Teespring because for a while you have to do all the marketing yourself, and they won't display your product online. Whereas Redbubble, they do straight away, but because so many more people use it, you kind of don't get seen as much, and as well, because they market it, you don't take as much commission. But in terms of like the packaging, I think it's roughly the same for all of them, isn't it? Although I do remember they had a bit of a price hike. It was really expensive for packaging, especially on Teespring, but purely because of COVID, and I think they've put it back down now, so. I did Redbubble instead because it's not my... No, honestly, when I was first starting out, I put quite a lot of my own money into marketing the Teespring, and even that, it was really, really difficult. So I think I've only just gained back what I've spent on the marketing of it. Because I knew that you needed to kind of pay and get your marketing going well, but yeah. So sorry, no problem, Zoe. Thanks for joining. It was nice seeing you in your live earlier on. You went on a total rant. It was hilarious. I enjoyed it. About the racist cars. But take care, and hopefully we'll see you next week if we're still on. Still on. I'll be streaming till next week at this point. But yeah, guys, make sure to go and check out Zoe. She always does especially in terms of the Star Wars community, never mind the art community, in terms of the Star Wars community, she does some ridiculous draw this in your styles. Like, they're always super popular. Guys, are we working on anything at the minute? I know Dan's obviously making tea, but... Are we drawing something? again, you can see what I'm doing here. It's like just getting those tiny little highlights. And again, slowly just building up that form, that natural form that the body has. So cool. I love how the characters always look from Star Wars, but have no idea who they are. Yeah, to be honest, I think the thing is, I actually started off doing my own characters and everything, which a lot of people know, but they just didn't get any traction. So I did have, say, a small following of people who weren't Star Wars fans, as well as my own friends. But then suddenly I started doing that kind of artwork because I knew it did well. Plus I was just in the mood. And from there, that's just where things kicked off. But no, they're super inventive. Like, I would love to work for Lucasfilm or something like that one day. Just work with, you know, the design team. Because they would just be insane. You can just let your imagination run wild with, like, colours, designs, clothing, weapons, whatever. It's just insane. Right now, I'm trying to draw myself to have an avatar to use, but it's more difficult. Are you going to do one of those half-half things? You know, like where they cut across the face and you've drawn half and got half real? Or are you one of these people who doesn't want your face seen? And again, I'm just going to make this super small. Again, this makes doing hands that much easier. All I've done there is I've just put 3 lines, right? And a lot of people panic that, you know, oh, I've got to make sure they've got the correct number of fingers and everything. It's like, you don't always see the correct number of fingers on your hand, depending on the angle. See, for example, if I do that straight to camera, what can you see? You can see, like, maybe 2 fingers. If I do that, you can see, like, 3. So, don't worry about it. Chill out. I feel like that I would fail at the Toon-Me thing because I can't draw realistic proportions, so I have to have... That's fair enough. To be fair, I've tried to do that before and it's just ended up looking weird, so I don't bother. My dinner is ready. I'll be back to check on the progress later. Super impressed so far. Cheers, Dan. See you later. I'll probably be on for a fair few hours, so. Bon appetit. Yeah, guys, just to let you know, Dan isn't actually an artist. He's actually must be my oldest friend, actually. We grew up in the same village, so we've known each other since we were like 3 years old, something crazy. Does Bookie usually join in your online drawing stuff? I've not actually... I know that she has said that she would... She did say that she would join, but she's not very active, so she doesn't like to, let's say, chat. So she might be in here, but I've never actually seen her pop up and chat. Yeah, eat your dinner, do some drawing, get drunk. I don't know. I know it's early for you guys over there, but do what you want. We just be chilling. Yeah, so, but in essence, this is where it's slightly different for me when I paint to when I draw, is that I have, like, I originally found it really difficult doing grayscale to colour, but now, having actually practiced it a bit, it makes a lot more sense. And again, I'll show you why throughout the course of the process. Hopefully I won't get in too much trouble for having what looks like a naked Ahsoka. but it really helps you define that form first. And again, once I've got some more of this light done, I'll show you why. And even at this point, I'm not actually looking at the reference, which is a bit stupid, but I don't think you'll get in trouble. The anatomy is like perfect. It's crazy. There'll be a lot of changing of the anatomy, don't you worry. But honestly, it's just practice. Like, I've never studied it or anything like that. Like, obviously I've worked from reference for a long time, but I ended up feeling like I wasn't getting anywhere with it, so I actually stopped working for reference for a while, and that actually helped me define my style a lot more when I stopped working from reference, because you stopped trying to emulate what was on the page in front of you and concentrated on more how do you stylistically represent that. So yeah, that I think should be okay for now. And I'm just going to switch to the full screen now. By the way, guys, how many of you actually use Photoshop? I know a lot of people use Procreate instead. And I'm just going to quickly get rid of the arrow. So what I like to do at this point, this is one of the only times I do this actually, but I like to flip the canvas just to see if everything's on point. Photoshop is too expensive. True. Can confirm I perfectly legally downloaded this. I'm saying nothing else. That's such a good idea. I've been afraid to try and draw a person without a reference. I feel like it would come out wonky. Just, you know what? The thing is, right, don't think, don't be frightened of doing it. You don't have to post your artwork and have it been shown by other people. I've got like drawers full of paper of stuff which has gone wrong, and it's just part of the learning, the learning process. So just draw every day, figure out the way that is best for you, and you'll get there. I have Photoshop, but I don't really know how to use it very well, so I use Procreate. It is tricky. It's a lot more, let's say, okay, it's difficult to explain. Photoshop it has less stabilizers, if you know what I mean, because I know with Procreate there's little sort of plugins and whatever, don't know what you call them, which let you have smoother line art and all that kind of stuff and special effects, whereas Photoshop is much more, I don't know, building work, if you know what I mean. It's more like actually putting pen to paper in a way. But yeah, it's what I normally do is I'll come up here, and this is why I've gone full screen, and Liquify tool is a godsend. Alright, so this screen will pop up. Okay, and it just lets me nip and tuck those tiny little details. And some people say, oh yeah, you shouldn't do that, it's cheating. It's like, well, no, we're digital artists, use what you've got available to you. Just bring that slightly down, that slightly up. Just these tiny little things, which, honestly, just doing, for example, that tiny little movement there would take absolutely forever if I was to erase it and start again. So use the tools you've got available to your advantage. I'm just going to make them slightly bigger. True, with Photoshop you need a laptop tab, yeah. You always have something you can do wherever you are. Oh, definitely, yeah. Photoshop is way more powerful, and it's obviously what you need to do to be professional. Yeah, I notice, especially with colours, I notice people who use Photoshop to colour in their drawings versus Procreate. It looks so much better and more vibrant in Photoshop. It does, it does. But again, it's much more of a building block, you know, on Photoshop. Applehead, are you talking about what I just brought up there with the liquify tool? So I'm on Photoshop at the minute, and it's got this little, if you go to filter and liquify, it brings up this screen. Okay, and it just lets you nip and tuck little pieces, and it will then apply it to drawing. It's just, honestly, like I said, people think that, you know, it's cheating, whatever. It's just a time saver, honestly. You can see already that shape looks much nicer. And if I flip it back, and that's the thing, you might do something looking at it from one direction, it looks perfectly fine. If you flip it the other way and it looks totally wonky, it's just a great way just to quickly get to it looking right. No, of course it's not cheating. I know a lot of people have got a problem with it, but you know what? Stuff them. That's their problem. Again, just gonna go get rid of some of these funky lines. And again, just kind of use this tool to get some of those tiny little sharper details in. There we go. Oh no, I mean honestly, right? The thing is, once you get to that kind of level, you have to, because when you get to that kind of very professional, high-end professional art level, you know what I mean, the jobs, it's speed over everything. Like, I've actually heard people say, from watching various bits and pieces online and reading stuff, that there's a fair amount of people that in order to get an original character design when you get to those kind of companies, they don't care if you actually just go over the top of, you know, in essence, trace quickly over the top of an image, not the full image, just to get like a body pose, just because it saves you, you know, 2 hours of modelling time. If you get it good and the final image is totally different to what you traced to begin with, then what's the issue? Especially if you've made that image photo yourself. I'm not condoning tracing by any means, but it's a good study tool, and it is something which is used within the industry purely for speed and time. So I think we're looking alright there. Let me just quickly get that going. We're going to create a new layer over the top, and that honestly is the first sort of level done. So what I will do is I'm going to make the brush nice and big. And again, I'm going to keep the opacity at about 20-ish%. And this is where the color tool comes into its own. The color pick tool, rather. You might be able to see. You see what I'm doing there? When I'm pressing Alt on the keyboard, it's picking whatever color is underneath it. And that's really useful because this means that I can get into those really fine details and blend everything together. And just keep pressing that button and find that nice balance. And that beautiful lighting. And just depending on, you know, the direction of the brush strokes, you're all good. You can start to create circles, you can do it flat if you want to. But because I've done it on a new layer, of course, I can get rid of it if I want to and start again. But you can see the difference. So because that opacity is low, if there's ever any mistakes, you just go over the top of it. Make that top of the arm a bit bigger. But you can also see there, I like to keep that very far edge still with that really dark tone, because later that will really come into its own. It will really play, you know, a useful role in defining the shape of whatever's underneath it. Go underneath, get rid of that. It always gets really, really quiet in here when Zoe disappears. It's really fun and it's actually really therapeutic to do. Cheers, Apple Sis. We'll see you in a bit. Like I said to the others, I'll be on for a few hours. She really looks 3D statue now with all the shading and lighting. Yeah, I mean, if you zoom out again, right, just look at that difference. And that is just 5 minutes worth of work. She totally looks like a statue. It's so cool. Thank you. I mean, obviously for my normal drawings, like my comic, cartoony style, I wouldn't go into too much detail about this. Normally, I would just, let's say for example, turn the opacity right down, and then just start drawing over the top, wherever it is. You know what I mean? Kind of like that. But because we're painting, we really need to think about that lighting. Have I watched The Queen's Gambit on Netflix? A lot of people have been telling me to watch it, but I can't tell if it's supposed to be scarier. I honestly have no idea. I've seen it advertised, but I've not watched it yet. The guys in the Discord have got me watching Avatar: The Last Airbender for the first time before I move on to Korra, because I've never seen it before. So that's taken up most of my night times. What's it about? Do you know? Oh. I know Mira and Amber in here, but who's the third person? Who's lurking? Show yourself. Mira, is it more like a thriller than it is a horror? I think the show's about a chess player with a drug problem. Right, okay. That will be on my find out more list. No, actually, Avatar I'm really enjoying. Like, it's really, really light-hearted. I've heard that Korra's a lot more dark, let's say, but... Get some more light tones on that. Just bring that out a bit. That's it. I think it's not scary, but maybe a bit psychological. I have it on my list. Oh, so you haven't started either. So nobody knows what you're talking about, Amber. That doesn't look too bad. A little bit more highlight there. I started watching the originals on Netflix. It's actually really good. It's about vampires and werewolves. Just don't bring Twilight into this. There will be no sparkly vampires in this stream. Thank you very much. Oh. Just noticed the problem with me doing the stream with this sort of close-up view is that I can't actually show you the whole picture whilst I'm doing it. But oh my god, I literally can't stand those movies. When I saw Sparkle for the first time when I watched it, I cried laughing. Sounds about right. I think at one point we must have been something stupid like 16 when those movies came out, and we had a sleepover, I think, at one of my friend's house. It was like half guys, half girls, and the girls bullied us into watching it. And they were all sat there like, oh, it's so amazing, it's so romantic. And we were just sat there like, dark bits in there. This is one bit I always get super annoyed with. Is that kind of that neck area. Because at this point it never looks quite right. So I always have to stop myself from overworking it, because I can always fix it later. Oh, the other person left. When I talked about Twilight, I think I enraged someone. Sorry, guys. It can. It's that really annoying, like, the neck is really annoying because it both sticks out from the body and yet is behind the head. But if you sort of push the head out too much, it looks like the head is too far out and the neck is too far back. So it's really, really difficult to paint. But it is, it's like an optical illusion. What's your local time? Here at the minute it's just gone 9 o'clock. I generally try to stream quite late because I know a lot of the people who watch are in the States. So I'd prefer to do it earlier, but jeez, where are you? Are you like on the very... Oh, of course, no, you're in California, aren't you? So you're on the other side of America. How do you get your eyes to look the same? Like, I always have trouble drawing the left for some reason. I feel like... You know what? I think the problem with eyes is that a lot of people kind of, especially when you're drawing at an angle, they still have the idea in their head that they both look the same, as if, for example, I'm looking at the camera now, they kind of have the same shape. Because at an angle, the shape completely changes. And you've also got a level of foreshortening which you need to do. And I think people can find that tricky sometimes. It took me, oh, God knows, it took me forever to get that kind of right. Mira, are you in, I'm assuming you're in Europe. You both need to come here when COVID is over and go to Disneyland with me. I'm like 20 minutes away from it. Oh, like I said, I don't mind doing it a bit later. You know, purely because most of the people who want to watch are in the States. I don't know what happened. I've got some following in Europe, but most of them are from the States. So for me, it's actually more useful to be on a bit late. Plus, I spent a lot of years working night shifts, so it's not so bad for me. And honestly, right, not kidding, I will definitely come to California at some point. I don't know why. It's the only place in the States I've ever wanted to go. Everybody at home in the UK always obsessed with the States, and I was like, I'm not that interested, but California maybe. You might need to wait a little while longer. We won't do the whole politics thing in the stream. I try to keep that away from my social media, you know, as much as I can, but wait until the orange guy is gone, and then maybe it might be a bit safer. Because California is the best and I'm close to the beach. The churros are the best churros ever. To be fair, I don't live too far from the beach. It's just this winter. What can I do? Legs are always fun, because you can use a massive brush. Ha! Oh, Discord people let me down tonight. Where are they all? Damn. They all said they were going to come, and they didn't come. Unless they were all lurking for a while. Do your creatures have crazy white shut? No, they don't. No. We might get the occasional turtle. Jesus. Those shows are the worst. They're like almost as bad as Twilight. See that form? Look at that. It's literally like making a sculpture. But again, at some point I'm going to need to liquefy this again. A turtle. I like turtles. The Black Sea. Ooh. Are you up around sort of... I'm going to sound like an absolute idiot at this point. Are you up around kind of like the Baltics? Hopefully my geography's right. I was always better at history. Right. Speaking of that, right, about having a fiance, every single girl that I know, in terms of being an artist, has got a fiance. They don't have a husband. They don't have a boyfriend. They've all got a fiance. What's going on with that? Is this some kind of weird thing that you people have got going on that nobody's telling the guy artists about? I feel like there's a conspiracy going on. Oh, you're Bulgarian. Oh. I live in Greece, so I work with lots of Bulgarians. Some of my favourite people are Bulgarian. Γεια σου ρε Μοίρα, τι κάνεις εσύ, όλα καλά, μιλάς ελληνικά. Μπράβο ρε Μοίρα. Sorry Amber. Σίγουρα, μιλάς ελληνικά. Τέλεια. I think there's about 3 of us. Well, there's 3 Greek people in the Discord. Plus me. With my terrible accent. Nice, where do you go? Yeah. That's so cool, I want to go. That's cool hearing me speak Greek very badly. Very badly. Yeah, no, literally, I swear to God, it's bizarre in terms of that whole fiance thing. Actually, at one point I was getting worried. Actually, I'm not sure if you know her, Annie, who's in the Discord, and I share quite a lot of her work. She actually lives very close in Athens to where I used to live, so she's been begging to hear me speak Greek. And funnily enough, I just spoke it, and she's not here, so more fool her. I'm not in Athens anymore. I did used to live there for about a year, but now I actually live in Crete. But I did used to live there. I loved it. Like, probably other than university, the best years of my life. I lived there. I loved it. we used to get a takeaway coffee, and we used to go and sit on the cliffs with the Acropolis looking over us, and we used to be able to look over the whole city. It's like amazing. You'll have to go get an entire boat to the southernmost island to find me. Ah. No, we need to do a art trip, an art hub, holiday trip thing at some point. I know all the Star Wars people in the Discord want to go to the celebration when it comes back up, which is this big geeky con thing. And I'm like, well, that's all good for you. You guys live in the States. It's going to be slightly more expensive for us. Actually, it hasn't been that warm here recently. We've actually been having a lot of thunderstorms. I was actually worried earlier because there was a massive kind of... In the winter we have a massive flurry of rain about November. That it was going to cut power like it always does. As long as it's a big boat and there's no sharks, it's fine. There's a lot of dolphins. We can. I actually live in the mountains, so there's lots of... places to draw. And actually, I think there's... At this point, there's 3 artists who live in the village, I think. There seems to be a hub of them here. I don't know why. They're all a lot older than I am, but... You kind of see now why, going back to the painting obviously, why getting that lighting down early is so important with this, because it just really helps you, you know, map out what you're doing. Oh my god, your C is much better than mine. Well, our mountains are basically just covered in olive groves, so... They're a lot greener than yours, probably. I think you're on my close friends list on Instagram. I'll post some pictures next time I get some. Amy, Amber, obviously be aware that we use Celsius in Europe, not Fahrenheit. I actually don't know. I for the life of me, I can't calculate Fahrenheit to Celsius. Olive oil and green food, yummy yum. Yeah, when the restaurants reopen. Let's try and get this shape a bit more fluid. green food. Actually, I don't have Alexa or Siri on me. I used to work for Apple, so I have a thing against Apple products. Just saying. By the way, guys, if you know of any other, artists who want to come in here and chill, feel free to invite them. Also, Mira, make sure you get in the Discord if you have it. I should tell us about your working at. To be fair, that was one of the more calming jobs I ever had. Didn't like it, but I have some serious stories that I could tell you from my work over the years, but some of them probably aren't safe for... Maybe we'll do a story time stream at some point. Including your mum. Sure. Interesting. What's really awkward, right, is at the minute... my Streamlabs is telling me that there's only one person watching, and yet there's two of you talking. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Oh, you already joined. Awesome. Normally I would be in there welcoming you and all that sort of jazz, but because I'm on stream, I'm a bit busy. I will just quickly... Have you introduced yourself in the lobby? In the introduce yourself section? Did you have crazy people who would come in all the time? I didn't work in a store, because there's actually not Apple stores don't actually exist in Greece. I actually worked on the phone, so I would have to speak on the phone, fixing people's broken stuff. In essence, if something went wrong, I had to guide them through how to fix it. And I got up to management level, and it was horrendous. You just dealt with people screaming all day. She'll love it. High praise. But is she a Star Wars fan? I love the fact that I did this for the Star Wars fans and then none of them turned up. Well, there's actually kind of like, there's a little thing I used to have on the stream, and it was down kind of here, where the camera is, just above this little bar, and it used to actually say live how many people are watching, but I got rid of it, but might put it back, because I think Streamlabs has lied to me. If there's only one person here, and yet you're still all talking, then... You wouldn't want to talk to me trying to help, because I would be the person that was too stupid to understand what you wanted me to do. Or wouldn't tell... I wouldn't tell you anything, but I get confused easily with technology and car stuff. That was pretty much every customer, so I wouldn't worry about it. It was half the reason I left. The amount of angry people who wouldn't listen and just yelled at me for no reason was ridiculous. Well, if there is 14 people in here, speak up. Say hello. Lurkers. I don't bite much. Mira, the original films is perfectly fine for me. I won't get into it here, but yes. I have my own qualms with Disney. But I don't want to lose followers, so I'm not going to get into it. So actually, again, at this point, that there is a bit too high. And I don't like it. I think it needs to be more kind of like that, doesn't it? That's why I hate customer service. I was a hairdresser for 5 years and the amount of screaming women was too much for me. Yeah, that sounds about right. My other trade is hospitality, hotels and what have you, so yeah, I've pretty much just done customer service up until now, my entire life, so I know what you're talking about. And in terms of the original Star Wars, I think you're thinking of New Hope, aren't you? The problem is with new people with it, is that because of the release dates are all over the place in terms of, let's say, episode numbers and whatever, it's just difficult for people to pick up and know what the hell's going on. Dan's back. What's going on, Dan? We've made progress. But you all have watched The Mandalorian. Obviously, I mean, again, I've said it earlier on in the stream, don't go into spoilers for this week's episode today. But for the rest of the season, go ahead. Chat away. That is my jam. I didn't understand why everyone loved Rhaegal so much. He was this shush, Amber. I don't want to get in trouble. Yeah, so we made some progress. Just there you go. So that's what you left with, Dan, and this is what we've come back to now. And we've been putting the world to right. I always find it tricky though with Ahsoka's head. I don't know why. I'm surprised I actually got the, they're not Leku, the head tail things. Like, for some people they find them really easy to do. Like, for me, I'm surprised I got them done, like, drawn, even with the sketch so quickly. I really struggle with them. Also, are we liking today's music? Huh. I had to change it from last time because I got a copyright strike. Yeah, again, it takes a lot of practice. Like, fortunately, I've done enough sort of pictures of her throughout the years now that I can kind of get them right, but they're still a pain in the ass. Some people find them really, really easy, and I hate those people. Actually, I wasn't, it's because Twitch actually records everything, and I didn't actually get the strike on Twitch, but in essence what I do is I download copyright-free music, royalty-free music, and then I play that in the background, and I try to find something, you know, chill. But when I then uploaded it on YouTube for the last stream where I did the Draw This In Your Style shout-outs, and I did the raffle, there was one song out of a 2.5 hour stream. There was one song for 3 minutes that got copyright strike on it. I was like, you effing, you know what. So I had to mute out just those 3 minutes in the middle of the stream from the video, because otherwise they'd just steal any ad money that goes on it. Not that I get it, but... There has been a whole thing on Twitch recently with people getting copyright striked on their streams, and they've had to take down all of their old, you know, recorded videos and whatnot. Like, fortunately for me, I've not actually kept any of mine anyway, so... Because I just download them, and then I've now started the YouTube channel, so... If people want to watch it later, then obviously they can. Why you would want to watch me, I don't know, but... Probably need to put some more dark colours in here. How annoying? Yes, very annoying. Yeah, Redbubble removed my Elsa drawing because of copyright, but kept the Supergirl. It was, yeah, like, I don't get it. It's the same with me on Teespring. Is that, especially, a few months ago, I did my Assassin's Creed kind of, it was almost like a self-challenge kind of thing, and we had a load of votes on my Instagram of which characters to draw from each of the games. So I did all of those, and it was bizarre because you had Ezio, who's like the main poster boy, in essence, for the entire franchise, and the art that I did of him went up totally fine, and yet I did some totally obscure side character, as pretty much a request for one of my friends, and I tried to put that on the store, and that got taken down for copyright, and I was like, what is going on? Again, you can kind of see what I'm doing here. I just love to kind of build the hands rather than worry about, you know, drawing them first time. Because they don't need to be perfect. As long as they're moving the right way, everything should work out alright. Have you made any sales on Redbubble yet? Obviously you only just started it, but... Apparently my cat wanted to join the live stream because she's sitting on my iPad. Make her an account and get her in. Is anybody in here into any other crazy fandoms or whatever? Yes, that's why I followed you, actually. I saw that story, and that's why I then followed Mira. But considering you had like 4,000 followers, I wasn't expecting you to follow me back. What should her... The Artie Biscuit. I'm sure that's probably taken. Yeah, something's not quite right there. I'm not quite sure what I've done here, but it's not working. I'll take the compliment, thank you. There's something not right here, and I can't tell what it is. This is the problem when I stop using references. That's better. That's what we want to do. We want to have that going backwards. That's more like it, isn't it, chat? Kofi never sends you alerts. You just have to look. Yeah, pretty much. Amber, thank you for following the way. I appreciate it. This is the way. Some started leaving because I started posting art, not many selfies. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm not gonna comment on that, but but having seen the selfies, I can understand. But I have a lot of I know a lot of girls who are gym instructors and stuff like that, and like they always complain to me as like, well, at least your following is like, it might be smaller, but at least they're real people, whereas ours are just like F-boys or whatever you want to call them. Welcome back, Apple. Artie Biscuit is cool. And again, now my screen is showing that I've got 3 viewers, and yet there's 4 of you talking. There's something not right with this hand. I knew this was going to happen. I can't figure out what it is. Let's try something different with the hand. Right, let's get rid of this completely. What have I done wrong here? So if I zoom this out a bit, let's go on a little drawing spree, shall we? So you've got the lightsaber. It's like that. So in essence, this is how the hand should be looking. You've got the lightsaber coming out a bit like that. It's just that thumb, isn't it? So what I normally do is I kind of put the thumb in behind here. And a hand like that. You think that looks better? Is that what we're trying to get to? You will never know how many are watching. As long as at least 3 of you are chatting, that's fine. Maybe it's broken forever. Probably I'll put back that that little counter thing at some point. There's probably like... I don't think there's going to be 50. At least I hope not. Because if there's 50 and they're all being totally silent, then I'm doing something wrong. Or I've just shocked everyone by saying something stupid. It does, doesn't it? I'm not quite sure how I ended up with it the way it was before. Yeah. Because that just doesn't make anatomical sense. I don't know where that came from, honestly. So, with that, does kind of look a bit better, doesn't it? Kind of squeeze it a bit. Get some foreshortening going on the hands. That is better, isn't it? Yeah. You may need an artist. No, honestly, dude, like, sometimes an artist's eye is a curse. Sometimes you need somebody who has got no idea about drawing to actually look at it and go, that doesn't look right. You see how long it took me on this stream today to actually go, huh, I'm already halfway through painting this and it just doesn't look right. And that's the beauty of streaming as well. It's the fact that it just goes to show we all make these stupid mistakes all the time. And how frustrated you can get making them. We're all keeping each other company in a way. Oh, it shaped hands. Yeah, that works, doesn't it? Get rid of that. There we go. Let's get rid of that as well. My mum literally does that to me all the time. She's like, that looks weird, and I have to go and fix it all. It really is. It is more useful. Because you don't have any qualms about calling you out either. You just say, that looks weird. And it's actually way more helpful than what a lot of the other artists do and go, oh, no, it looks fine. Oh, I don't know how to do it. This kind of stuff. Again, let's just get that nice shape going. And in essence, you can see I'm just doing exactly the same thing as I was before, just with those highlights moving around kind of those dark shapes, just building slowly. Sometimes you need brutal honesty and do better than your pet. Fair. Fair point. There we go. It looks way better now, doesn't it? Way better. So hopefully now, I'm just going to merge that down. Okay, and we'll bring this up to full opacity again. And keep on going. And this, everyone, is exactly why artists have memes about not being able to draw hands. And now when I put this on YouTube, everybody's going to laugh at me. Yeah, that's it. Oh dear. Applehead, why does that not surprise me? Is it Applebro? Has Applebro been bullying you again? Also, Mira, is your mum a professional artist? Does she do like shows and stuff? No, I didn't say... I'm talking to you, Apple Sis. I'm saying, does Applebro point out all the flaws all the time? Come on, wakey wakey. It's the morning for you guys, not us. Yeah, so just gonna get rid of all of that. Goodbye. There we go. It looks better. He's actually super supportive. So guys who have only just joined the Discord, in essence, Applebro is Applehead's little brother. And he pops into the Discord every now and again. And he plays Scribble with us. The morning is hard to think. That's fine. This is where my beautiful little late night coffee comes in handy. But honestly, you don't want to see me first thing in the morning. Actually, it's probably better that I stream at night because I'm just like the devil in the morning. Seriously. You're nocturnal, almost every artist. No, like I said, it comes from having worked nights for like a stupid amount of years. Is that I find it way easy. I'm just always awake at night. Like always have been. $30? I do that for like 3 hours. That looks a lot better, doesn't it? Even from far away. But even so, we're still going to flip it and have a look, just to be sure. I can't, my cats want me to feed them and let them outside, so they force me to move within 30 minutes. Lock your door. Get them out of the room. Dan, I assume you're talking about the hand. Yeah, it still needs a little bit of a nip and tuck on the other side, but... Whoop. So we will actually merge these down. For whatever reason, this is being a bastard. Shh! Don't tell Twitch I said that. Just want to make that a little bit bigger. There we go. See what I mean about just how useful this tool is? Just bring that middle one out a bit. There we go. There we go. It's not going too bad. Obviously, then you've still got to go ahead, just fix some other stuff up a bit. And actually, I'm probably going to get rid of that now, because I don't really need it. So in essence, that was the blade. So often, at this point, I like to just go ahead with the select tool, and get those nice sharp edges, and delete them. And again, I think, potentially, just going to bring that down a bit. I'm not going to show this on the stream, but you'll see the difference. That's a bit better, isn't it? See just here? That looks a little bit better, doesn't it? Amber shouting, yes, in the chat. I'm assuming you're talking about the Leku thing. The head thing. Yeah. So obviously at this point, it's taken shape quite nicely. So this is where, yes you are, this is where I like to go, like, with a really, really tiny brush and just get some of that really kind of dark colour into certain areas for the shadow. And it just gives it that extra level of form. Of course you can then blend it in again after. But I always find that even on the light edges, it's nice to have just a tiny little bit of dark colour. Notice again as well, I'm not using full black. But I'm using kind of darkish to midish grey. Again, I'll show you why much later when we do the colouring. I doubt we'll get onto that today, if I'm being honest, but also once I've done this, that's when I start going over with the erasing brush a lot more, and I start to really get down and fix up those edges. I just learned not to use full black and white for your drawings, and it changed my life. Really makes a difference. It really does, especially when you're doing let's say like I'm doing today. I'm doing grayscale, and we're going to colour it later, but it just makes the bright unnaturally bright, and the dark unnaturally dark. And it's just one of those mistakes that you can't quite get your head around when they teach you, you know, why you shouldn't be doing it. Because I always remember I used to have arguments, knowing me, with my art tutors, because they just wouldn't explain why. It was always that kind of, well, that's just the way it is. Whereas I'm much more of a lateral thinker in terms of, I want to know why that doesn't work. So it never made sense to me until I actually put it into practical effect in terms of painting on Photoshop. Then I figured out myself why it doesn't work. Did anybody in here actually go to, like, not necessarily art school, but do it in school, so to speak? I know a lot of people just didn't bother. Yeah, I've heard a lot of Americans talk about CalArts. It would be really good. I think the thing is with it, I've heard it's really expensive, but I think it's similar to what every other university or, you know, college degree or whatever you want to call it is like. It's almost the people that you meet and the contacts you make are actually more valuable than the education. Like, a lot of it you can learn by yourself. Especially with the internet being the way it is nowadays. You can see at this point I'm just being fussy. Let's bring out a little bit of light in the cheek. We'll start forming up face a bit. Now faces are like the worst thing for me. I really struggle with them. I know it never looks like it, but Calilacs have a lot of professors who work for Disney or Marvel and places like that. Yep, that's true. Like, getting to know those kinds of people is really useful. And again, I never saw the point, you know, of doing it in the UK because none of the universities or whatever had those kind of contacts. So honestly guys, get ready for a really boring time here because I can normally spend like 3 hours just on a face. Because I'm, again, such a perfectionist with this sort of stuff. So just try to, again, almost sculpt, really. Not worry too much about the exact details just yet. Just kind of figure out where those forward bits are. Maybe add a little bit of dark here and there underneath the nose, just to give that form and blend it in. Exactly, if one of the tiny things looks weird, then the whole piece is just destroyed. Going back to what, it's the same as what you said about eyes. It's like if you don't quite get that dynamic right, it can completely put off the entire thing. Let's round off the face a little bit. Again, just trying to get roughly where those light sources are hitting. Again, I'll probably change all of this later, but it'll do for now. It's all about just trying to figure out roughly what the shape is going to be like. See, for a start, that's not actually that bad. You can almost see what I'm going for. It needs a little bit of jiggery pokery. Let's put some much darker. Let's around that nose. Let's get that mouth just in a little bit. And it kind of looks better already. I'm actually working on my drawing at the same time, and I've been on the face for about 20 minutes now and may give up. Make lunch, why not? Do it. Do it. Sometimes you do, you just need to take a break. I think, you know what, for dynamism, I always like on my characters, and you can kind of see what I'm going for here. I'll just make it a little bit more obvious, like that. I always like to make sure that you don't go with the eyebrows just being, you know, one level. Because if you, let's say, have them like, if you see what I mean, if you've got your eyebrows just flat, that means that the shape of your eyes has to directly match on both sides, right? So what I like to try and do is I always like to try and give one eyebrow sort of like this downwards face. I know Ahsoka doesn't have eyebrows, but you know, there may be, hold on, one which is much more kind of dynamic, and that way you can actually get away with the eyes not being totally the same and not being totally symmetrical. That's why if you see on most of my drawings, they've always kind of got this one eyebrow up thing going on. Partly because they're sassy, but also, you know, like I said, it just gives you more options, I think, with the eyes themselves of what to do. So, and again, for characters like this, alien kind of characters that don't necessarily have eyebrows, I'm still actually just going to leave them there for now, because I can always get rid of them later, but they act as a guide, so that I can actually see what I'm doing when it comes to the eyes. Again, I'm just going to get some more of those nice light tones in. Really give that side of the face some nice shaping and colour. It does give them personality. It does. I'm not gonna lie, I suck at painting them realistically. I just can't do it. They have to be like a bit stylized, but they're a lot of fun to draw. It's just a fun shape. I don't know why. Nice top of the lip. But again, you can kind of see what I mean there about sometimes the face being a bit flat. You kind of need to just add that just speck of light and then blend it in with everything else. Probably gone a bit too far with that one, but you get the idea. Just keep blending. Just keep blending, just keep blending. Little highlight right at the end there. There we go. I think that looks alright, doesn't it? Probably needs a bit more darker shades in there, but it's not too bad. I noticed the chat's really, really quiet all of a sudden. Did Mira leave without saying goodbye? Was she making, like, dinner? Did she fall asleep at 9 o'clock? Like an absolute wuss. Again, nice tiny brush. Just gonna get some of those really dark bits in there. Make them contrast nicely with the light. No! No! I'm still here! No! Hopefully you talk about no, I'm still here rather than no, I did something wrong on a painting. Just trying to sketch a bit at the same time. She's researching quick. Is it that much of a complicated program that she actually needs to dedicate an hour's worth of research? Maybe she's drawing fan art. Oh no. Was it my fault? Did I distract you? Did you already tell us what you're drawing? Or did you just, are you just sketching? I've completely forgotten. We learned this in the last stream, right? That whatever, for whatever reason, my short-term memory whilst drawing is terrible. You were distracting, but in a good way. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just going to add some really dark bits here just to kind of show off that movement, the bend. I'm trying to paint a realistic portrait. We'll show you later on the Discord how it turned out. You're going to show us later on the Discord whilst I've finished the stream so that I don't embarrass you again, right? Also, by the way, do know that we have a vendetta against people who draw realistically on the Discord, because we're all super jealous. And yet, funnily enough, all of the people who draw realistically really wish they could draw cartoons, and I just don't understand it. Yeah, I think that's not going too bad. You're right, Amber, it is extremely hard. I never got how people could do it. In my best pieces, I'm semi-realistic. Again, it's always just let down by the face for me. I don't know why it is. Don't worry, my realistic drawing doesn't look realistic. I'm sure it looks fine. Don't doubt yourself. We're all on the journey. Yeah, I'm thinking she's got attitude. I don't even think that I could do semi-realistic. My sweet spot is Disney's superhero. To be fair, that's pretty much true. But everybody's got their own style, and I think it's nice that you've actually found yours, even though it's still developing. It took me forever to find mine. And actually, at this point, I'm kind of trying to find my style with this sort of semi-realistic painting style still, because I still can't get the hang of the faces. So, like an idiot, I've decided to stream it so everybody can see my mistakes. Hey, if we didn't make mistakes, we would question if you were a robot. To be fair, that question has already been asked, purely because I've got so many different social media accounts. Like, and I can hear my parents laughing at me in the other room, by the way. Mistakes are part of the process. Without them, we will be kind of boring. Well, that's some deep stuff right there. Some deep proverb going on over there. Mira, good job. Yeah, we get in there. Cool, so once I get to this stage normally, I like to go over to the eraser. Give me a second. There we go. Get that eraser going. Put the opacity right down to about 40-ish. And it kind of lets you erase really softly, and it gives you a nice soft edge, so it doesn't look like a cardboard cutout, if you know what I mean. No, I think they just think I'm crazy. It's fine. I am... Oh god, Amber's one of these zodiac people. I'm a Leo. You know, rawr. I'm a lion. Amber, that's really weird. That's also my birthday. That is weird. And kind of creepy. So what we just learned is me and Amber have the same birthday. Well, you saying that we were meant to find each other is pretty creepy in itself, so. What on earth is an ascendant sign? Annie! I'm assuming this is Annie. Annie? Anula? Puisere Anula? Tiaine? Olakala? Usual Annie. Annie, meet Mira. Mira's Bulgarian, she speaks Greek as well. Olakala, bravo. Bravo, si. I'm still here. Dan, I know you're still here. Actually, I don't know that, but I kind of assumed. Ascendant depends on the hour of your... But we're getting into some deep stuff here. Is it like if you were born at lunchtime, you're logically more hungry or something stupid? Photoshop. Hold on. Photoshop. So I like to zoom in when we're just doing the painting, but if I like, if I want to use a certain tool or something which doesn't show up for whatever reason through the stream, I'll zoom out and use this. If you did your astrology chart, you would think it was creepy how much similar... People have said that. I've had ex-girlfriends who have said that, and I'm just like, yeah, alright. Is it a Leo trait to not believe in zodiacs? Let's put this back. So I don't know if we'll do it today, but at some point we'll definitely play Scribble on stream as well. And just lose our minds. But maybe we'll do that, I don't know, a bit earlier. So I can shout and scream and giggle like a madman. Annie, you missed me go crazy about hands. Made a massive mistake on the hands. After we're done, I'll put it on YouTube and clip it. I don't know, my mum is obsessed with it, so I... Oh dear. And all you need is the time you were born and where you were born. And you could do your choice easy. Nah. Thanks. Thanks, Annie. Yeah. Watch Ollie struggle with hands. Might put it on Instagram as well, just for a laugh. It was about an hour in, I think. But yeah, it's the specific hand that I'm working here at the minute. The others here will tell you. I was just losing my mind. Calmly, but losing my mind. Yeah, going around with the rubber really kind of lets you get that form, and it helps you bring down those black, like not black but really dark edges so that they're just barely visible. Well, believe it. Annie, are you working on anything? I know both Amber and Mira are working on something at the minute. I'm assuming she is, because she's gone quiet. Dan, did you ever get around to practicing anything? Well, I tried to draw a statue. It's quite difficult. Yep. Put it in the Discord so we can all see. I won't show it on stream. Is it like a human statue or is it something different? It's a mess. Don't worry, you didn't see what this hand was like. It's fine. That's looking pretty good at this point. It's taken us a while, but flip it again. That side of the face is slightly too far up, isn't it? So just gonna quickly go to full screen. Let's just bring it slightly down. That's it. Bring that arm out a bit. Did you just post it? Because I see a notification gone off. So make that thumb a little bit longer as well. Okay, looking a bit better. However, I just want to change that shape a bit. It's working quite nicely, isn't it? Are you using gradient maps to colour Ollie? Sorry, might have said it. No, I don't usually use gradients until the very end. I prefer, especially when painting, I do things grayscale, then I colour it so that I can get, let's say, the movement of the light looking correct. And then later on I might add a gradient over the top just to add a bit of dynamism. But again, I don't think we're going to get that far tonight, so we'll definitely look into that more next week. But I do put layers over the top and use stuff like hard light and overlays and all that kind of stuff in order to change the colour. It can get a little bit fiddly, and it's all a bit sort of down to experimentation as to how it turns out. My mum follows you on Instagram. Hi, Mira's mum. Today's full of firsts. Is she actually watching along? That's not right, is it? Annie, did you put it in the chat, in the Discord? Because I see a big old red dot, but I don't know what it is. Ugh, that's not worked. Not yet. Then who's talking? Are they talking about me? I'm paranoid. Let's try that again. There we go. Yeah, we've made some nice progress today. Your mum is the cutest. What has happened in the chat? Why has this suddenly turned into Mira's mum chat? I think this isn't a bad start. Although I might add some little bits of highlight here and there. This is where you start to go into that really kind of light stage. And I'm not quite sure what's happened there with this. I'm just going to edge it out a bit. She is also a fan of AIM. Of course she is. And actually thinking about it, because I'm now going on to those highlights, I'm gonna just bring the background down a bit so I can actually see them. You can see there, shape's a bit off. I wouldn't be able to see it. Do I use reference photos for lighting and shadow? Not really, no. I just kind of, like I showed the others at the beginning, I just kind of went, lights coming from there, and just run with it. Then you can always add a secondary one later. So it's really important to get the lighting in first so you know how to blend, but it's not the be all and end all. And we were also discussing earlier that it's really difficult to find photo references of people holding two swords. So there's not a lot to go by. But yeah, I always found that I did used to use references a lot more, but I found that I ended up concentrating so much on trying to replicate the reference that it didn't translate well to the picture. Because obviously the picture itself is something totally different and can't ever look the same as the reference. So at that point I just stopped using them. I will probably do them very early on to try and create a silhouette. and sort of figure out body positions and poses and all that sort of stuff. But later on in the process, I kind of just leave it to whatever comes. If things don't look right, I change them. Again, probably better to do this on a new layer, but I totally forgot. But yeah, you can obviously see from all of this. Obviously, I'm going by the assumption that the light is coming from there, you know. So logically, all of those really light highlights are coming from this side, and all of the much darker tones, not completely black, but much darker tones, are all this side. I hate when I do that. The worst is when you line out layer on the same layer. Just don't get me started. Actually, the thing that I've learned to do is actually, especially on background layers, or even in this case with this kind of work, and I should have done it today, is highlight the layer that you don't want to use and actually just lock the damn thing. So now it won't let me do anything on it. Hold on. So now that that's locked, if I try to paint, it's just like, nah. But obviously you can then unlock it later. But yeah, I do that all the time. It's not just you. Thank you for following the way, Annie. Thank you. This is the way. And obviously, before I forget, I also need to do the little diamond thing in Ahsoka's headdress. That's so smart. I've never thought of doing that. It's idiot proof. It is idiot proof, and I'm the idiot that came up with it. So there you go. I know I've said this a few times, guys, but there hasn't been any lag, has there? Because, like I said right at the beginning, I've upped the settings a bit from the last stream so that it's in higher definition. Because I noticed on the playback that it was really, just as I say that, and he's got connection problems. But again, that might be me. I don't know. Has anybody else had any problems? Is Path still in here, by the way? He's gone very quiet. Dentists are still open in California? What are you doing? Thanks for stopping by, Amber. We'll probably be on for another hour-ish. And then we'll carry on Monday. But I'll message you. Cheerio. Wow, that was proper British. Have fun with the dentist. Whoop. So obviously at this point it looks a bit conspicuous because obviously he's not got any clothing, let's say, but it will make sense a lot later down the line. Because I'm going to show you a little secret. I'm not quite sure who I learned it from, but in essence the principle is if you've done the entire body, you can... Yeah, in essence, yeah, exactly that. I do something like sculpting. I sculpt the body first, and then you can then cut out certain parts, remove it, in essence, copy it, remove it from the body, and that gives that kind of illusion that it's clothing, but you've already done a lot of the hard work. But actually, if we quickly head back over to Instagram, give me a second. Here we go. See, it's a bit small, but you kind of see around that kind of area, around this kind of area. Oh, it's not showing. Hold on. There we go. Around these kinds of areas. Even around the skull, there, around the bikini. That actually, I did the body sculpting, copied it, made it slightly bigger, brought it almost outwards. Same here, brought it outwards, and it gave me the base for what would become the clothing. And then you could just further sculpt it. It is nice. But it's also super productive because you've already done the hard work. Plus you get good anatomy at the same time. We're just going to merge that. Again, tidy some of these lines up. I noticed down here there was some gone walkies around that mess of a hand. Just blend it all in a bit more as well. Now again, I don't tend to go really into detail with the hand, because I think, honestly, you need to give that almost non-realistic movement for it to weirdly look realistic and look as though it's moving in the right direction. Not quite sure what I did that for. Yeah, the value. Look. Ooh, sorry. Yeah, the values are really important. That's where the whole grayscale thing comes into its own, I think. Like, I never really... People used to say, oh, your values on this are amazing. I never knew what the hell they were talking about, because it's just something I naturally did. But yeah, once you actually figure out what it means, it makes things a lot easier. And in the corners, just use the select tool to get some nice clean lines. Just on these little cornery bits. It just makes them that much sharper. Just curve it off a bit. It's strange because some of these kind of areas you want to be that little bit fuzzy, which is why I use the opaque eraser tool. But in some of them you really want that crisp line to make it stand out from the background. I wonder if this music's going to get copyright claimed again. Bastards. I think everyone's gone to sleep. It's the music, isn't it? Now, I'm a total idiot, and I actually got rid of my Ahsoka reference. Like a total plum, so I'm just gonna get another one up. Just shove it in the background. Because why not? Because I want to get that headdress sorted. So actually, this is the problem with not working from reference. I've just realised that goes curved, but never mind. Annie, thank you for coming. Good luck with studying, even though it is a bit late, for being honest. Thank you. Take it easy. Bye. Oh my god. Art, yeah, is in the chat as soon as Annie leaves. Did you guys plan that on the Discord? Have you been tactically maneuvering around me. I'm here for a minute. I don't know if you'll enjoy it or not. I loved it. I thought it was great. It's one of those episodes which ties things together. Dan, are you saying bye to us, or are you saying goodbye to Annie? Oh my god, Part's in as well. Sup, everyone? But yeah, guys who missed it, I was saying to Annie before, is that you guys missed a hand malfunction completely. So I'll clip that out and I'll share it on Instagram. Because of course, the first time I stream doing art live for like 6 months, I get a hand totally balls it up. Actually, again looking at it, it's a lot thinner than it should be. So, just quickly gonna move that down. My beloved liquify tool. Give me a second. It's a bit better, isn't it? Still needs to be a little bit further out, but let's do another layer. Sculpt it in a bit. That needs to be darker, doesn't it? Does that kind of work? So when I do the painted style, I do one layer. No. In essence, you'll probably have to go back and rewatch some of it. But I start with one layer and then I paint loads and loads of layers on top of it. But I'm also constantly merging the layers down so that they create one flat image. So half of that actually is to save resources on my computer so it doesn't screw up the stream, if I'm being totally honest. But let's say if I didn't merge down any of the layers, you would see that there's probably been about 20 so far. So you can see at the minute I am actually working on another layer. It's just I tend to merge them as I go to save on the computer resources. Oh, by the way, guys, if you like Han Solo stuff and Harrison Ford stuff, then go check out Path. The man is a god at Harrison Ford stuff. Don't know why. He just is. The CEO of Harrison Ford. Yeah, Alison, quickly, again, I said this right at the beginning, but I'm just going to bring up the Darth Talon image, or the file, right, and you can see all of those layers there. All of these, they're just lighting layers. Alright, so you can see I do go through a fair amount of layers. That's no shading, that's like no line work, no kind of grayscale, modifying, you know, all that kind of stuff. But that's just the lighting on that final piece. Anyway, let's get them both on screen. And it almost kind of curves, doesn't it? It's almost like a curvy diamond, which I never noticed before. And also didn't realise, again, silly me for not using reference, it kind of does that. It kind of goes a bit like that, doesn't it? Then that goes in like that. Alison Pass, are you working on anything at the minute, or? Just chilling. I feel like I don't know the character designs at all until I've drawn them a couple of times. True. True. But of course you wouldn't, would you? Just chilling. That's a bit better, isn't it? That works. So again, the useful thing about the layers is that obviously I can do that and see how much difference has actually been made. So yeah, I do use them, I'm just in the habit of merging them a lot. So again, this side doesn't look quite right, does it? Let's get some nice light colour. It's better. Alison, are the kids at school at the minute, or? They running around driving you crazy? One is napping, the other is supposed to be napping. Well, that's okay. we be here chilling with some music whilst you wait for them to go to sleep. We have got some really sleepy music on today. You're surprised how again, I said this a little bit earlier, but the music I used last time, I like it. It's fun, it's upbeat, but when I uploaded it on YouTube, it's supposed to be copyright free and royalty free, whatever. Uploaded it on YouTube, and there's just a random 3-minute segment in the video, which got totally taken down. So I ended up having to mute it. So downloaded some new ones today. See if I can get some more. But hopefully that won't be a problem again. But I quite like it. It's mellow. It's a big change. Again, it doesn't look like it, but again, actually, thinking about it, they do kind of come down a lot more slanty, whereas mine's much more curvy. I'm not quite sure which one I prefer. Guys, wake up. Give me your opinions. We prefer it like that? Or we prefer it like that? Thin or fat? Guys! Guys! You like the thinner? That works. It does. It looks a bit more like that, doesn't it? Might actually get rid of some of this as well. Oh, you're back. What happened? Just absorbing it all. Like an absorber-off. That's a reference only the British people are going to get. That 12th Doctor, that's not it. 12th? 10th. 10th Doctor. Thank you, dude. Still got a long way to go yet, but we're getting there. But I'll try not to do any of this off stream. So we'll carry on next week. We don't have a lot of time left now. We'll go for another 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes. And call it a day. So obviously my end is going to be midnight and people need to be getting to sleep. And actually, in the meantime, because I think we're actually pretty good here, aren't we, at the minute, in terms of overall movement and all this kind of stuff. Might just quickly go see if we can plot out the eyes. Because again, getting that kind of semi-realistic eye shape is always a real tough one. It takes a lot of manoeuvring. Especially when you're drawing, let's say, an animated character. Realistically. Your process is really interesting to me because I usually work in colour right from the start. I'm interested to see where the colour comes in. Though I'm guessing that won't happen it's not going to happen tonight, no. Depending what's best for everybody, I was thinking going to do it on Monday. We'll definitely get around to it on Monday. But like I said, I'm not planning on doing anything to this outside of the stream. We'll just keep it just for the stream so people can come in whenever they want. But yeah, this is a totally different style in terms of painting to the way that, let's say, a lot of people are used to. Because obviously the natural thing to do, if you're thinking about starting with colour, is to, well, if it's a coloured painting, is to start with the colour. And that's the way that I used to do it. Because I used to find this sort of technique really tricky myself, because I didn't quite understand it. But once I actually show you how it works and how, you know, what the result is and the process that goes in after you add the colour, it kind of, you know, it will make sense a bit more. But again, this is the beautiful thing about digital art, is the fact that you can use this cheeky little tool just to manoeuvre that eye. Because like Amber was saying earlier, eyes are super tricky. They don't look quite right. Let's go back to there. It's always important as well to make sure that you're always referring back to this image over here to see how it looks far away, especially when it comes down to these tiny details, because you can't quite see how it looks when it's too close up. But by looking in that kind of zoomed out area, you know what I mean, it starts to make sense a bit more, and you can kind of see how it really looks as opposed to the zoomed up version, which just looks weird. And yeah, the eyebrows are fun, especially cooking the color. Yeah, the eyebrows are fun, but for Ahsoka, obviously, I've just put them in here almost just as a reference so that I know how to draw the eyes, and then we're actually going to get rid of them and have to obviously shade them. So we look, she doesn't actually have any, does she? It's all just facial markings, so I think that's not too bad, is it? Whoop. We zoom all the way out. It looks semi-realistic, but again, like I said earlier, it doesn't need to be completely symmetrical. And that's one thing which often people struggle with. especially with the eyes. So they think eyes are always symmetrical, but you always forget that at an angle, they're totally different. Sass. It does seem very Ahsoka, right? It's alright, I'll forgive you. You called me the B word the other day in the Discord, so could be worse. Thanks. Have fun, enjoy it, it's awesome. And thanks for stopping by. I don't think that's too bad for the eyes. She's got that Ahsoka sass. Just put some little bit more dark in there. Of course, it doesn't matter if you go a lot darker with the eyebrow. Sorry, the eyebrows as well, but the eyelashes, because they're going to be almost pitch black when you add the colour anyway. Maybe that one just needs to be crossed a little bit. Just give the trusty keyboard. I think that works. What do you think, guys? Up eye or down eye? I know you can't really see much, but up eye, down eye, up eye, down eye. I think the downwards one, personally, looks a bit better. Might need to be a little bit bigger, but yeah, that's better, isn't it? I think. Dan's just grinning to himself in the chat. Clinch 27. Hello, you've not spoken before. Who are you? Clinch. See Lynch. I'm assuming. Have you been lurking here all this time? No problem, Mira. It was lovely meeting you. Thank you for joining us. And we'll see you on Monday. I'll pop you a message at some point, and I'll also introduce you in the Discord. Oh, Small Burbs. What's up? It's always funny coming on Twitch because everybody's name is totally different. It's the same as it was in the Discord. Like, you're trying to keep up with 4 or 5 different names across everybody's online, presence, and you have no idea who anybody is. It can get a tad confusing. Burbs, are you working on anything at the minute? Or just chilling? Perfect. We have a work in progress room, so we'll see you there. I'll be posting this in there as well for anybody that missed it. Take it easy, Mira. I don't think I like that being quite so defined. Perfect. As well, I might just make the lips a little bit bigger. Fuck it. You didn't hear me swear there. Just chilling at the moment, might work on something later today though. Nice. Any ideas? I'm assuming you're in the States, like the rest of them. That's much more Ahsoka, isn't it? Yeah. Perfect. I'm just going to bring that all the way up. Make one underneath. And say goodbye. Ooh. And that, children, is why you need to lock your layers. That's better, isn't it? Nice. So for us here it's nearly midnight, so that's why we're heading off in a bit, but it was lovely for you to stop by anyway and see the last half hour of me struggling with faces. Ah. But yeah, a lot of the guys in here are from the US, so that's why I stream so late for the time zone here. You want it? What do you want? Stop putting cryptic messages in the chat. Thank you, Burbs. Getting a little bit of lighting on that lip. Yeah, if we zoom out, see that's made all the difference to those lips, isn't it? Just those little touches. But yeah, Bubs, if you are interested in the rest of the process, I will be putting this up on YouTube probably tomorrow. And I'll put some comments underneath as to when and where we start kind of different processes, because we've actually talked quite a lot today about what we've been doing, but she got that sass. Does it work a bit better? No, it does not. Okay. And I actually like to keep the face, you know, not overly rendered, if you know what I mean, because otherwise it can end up looking really, really flat. And having those little tiny bits of highlight here and there can make all the difference in making it pop a bit. Of course, in some areas like around the cheeks, you want to give it a little bit more definition. You want to blend it a bit more, and the front of the nose as well. But if you do it too much, like I said, it just ends up looking flat. There was another little trick I learned. I think it was from watching Maddie on Twitch, I think. Don't quote me on that, it might be totally wrong. Is that just adding that tiny little bit of definition there? You can actually see it on the camera here. Just adding that tiny little bit of highlight just around the temple makes a huge difference. Because it just adds to that dynamism around the face. Even if it's on the opposite side. Because again, in essence, you've got to try and take your completely 100 realistic hat off. And you've got to go with what looks right and gives that definition rather than what actually is there sometimes. Which is really, really interesting. I'm just going to switch this back over to full screen. There we go. Is that worth it? No, it wasn't, was it? But yeah, there's been a lot of to-ing and fro-ing on this paint so far. Because obviously she's quite a complex shape. And she has very defined features. Turn this white down. It's better. Burbs, are you in the Discord? There's a few people who are in there and about, but don't often talk. So I kind of keep like losing track of who's there and who's not. Add that little bit of definition that makes all the difference, doesn't it? Oh, a copy of my drawing. That took a very long time to respond. Did you disappear, or were you like eating or something? Yeah, that's made all the difference. Looks a lot more defined. But yeah, because this is one of the painted ones, I probably will end up putting it on my store. I do need to upload to my Redbubble and my Teespring or whatever a lot more, so... I might just whiten up these eyes a bit. Doesn't make too much difference at the minute, but why make it hard for myself later? It's better. So last thing before we finish today, just going to flip it one more time. And as before, gonna head up to the trusty liquefy tool. Let's see if there's anything that just needs shaping up a bit. I think it's alright actually, isn't it? It's not too bad. Just tuck the nose up a little bit. Add it in. Make that arm a little bit thinner. But I think other than that, we're looking pretty snazzy for next week, aren't we? Give that a little bit more definition there. Oh, by the way, she is going to have clothes. But like I said to everybody before, this is all part of the process. That's looking good, isn't it? Getting that really dark line work really thin so that it defines the shape, but it doesn't stand out too much, because then it just doesn't look right. Again, just thin that out a bit here. So those of you obviously don't know Photoshop, because I know there's a few non-artists in today. This select tool just takes apart the photo, or the picture. Once it's selected, for example, I'll just straighten that off. If I press the backspace, you can see it's just slightly disappeared, isn't it? So that was before, that was after. Still needs a bit of shaping, but okay, and just get rid of those black lines, or those really dark ones. We don't need to get rid of all of it, but just helps the figure sort of not blend in with the background, but you know what I mean. It makes it look just that little bit more realistic. Honestly, I think the lightsaber's gone a bit wonky there, so I might just have to fix that up a bit. Let's see. Looks a bit better. She kind of has curved blades as well, doesn't she? So that's something I'm going to need to modify slightly. It's a bit better, isn't it? Yeah. She looking pretty snazzy. Is anybody still alive in here? Naturally, that's more likely to go a bit like that, isn't it? So just going to extend that out slightly. You know what, again, I don't think this has gone too badly considering I've not used any references. Yeah, she got that Ahsoka sass. But yeah, Dan, if you're really serious about wanting a version of this, I'm sure I'll put it up on my store. And you can get a big old poster of it and you can say, I helped Ollie draw that. I gave my input on the eye. And also the hand. On your Star Wars, you building an entire shrine? Definitely the hand. Star Wars shelf. Have you got any Funkos? Do it. That's from my Star Wars shelf. So I'm not sure if you can see it. No, you probably can't. There's also Luke and Rey back there as well. So actually one thing I've just noticed that I haven't put in is these kind of, I forget what they're called. Is it the collarbone? It's like this thing that, I can't see that. Like this thing which comes there and there. You can't really see it, can you? You know what I mean. These things. But honestly, I think, because her top kind of covers it up, doesn't it? So I might just not bother. Yeah. Might just not bother. Just quickly go over these lightsabers for the hell of it, and then we're just gonna call it a day. Because I think everybody's already sleeping. No. See, does that work? Kind of makes it a bit more obvious then, doesn't it? Yeah, that's good. Honestly, I don't think I need to have that there anymore either, do I? It can go. Because we know where the blade's going to go later, and I need to do a load of effects on it right at the end, so... It was just for mapping out the silhouette so I knew where the lightsaber's supposed to be. That thumb a little bit longer. A little bit of highlight. Nice and sweet. Yeah, I think that's probably all we're gonna do today. Just make sure I save it, because if I get this far and then realise I've lost everything, I'm going to be pretty peed. We're going to go with peed off, just to be sure. Yeah. So, that was the first stream, and we didn't even get close to colour. Hopefully we will next time. We still got a few bits and pieces which we need to do. Probably do the clothing as well before we do the colour, which will be quite interesting. But yeah, guys, thanks for turning up. It's been fun. We've gained some followers. Where is it? We got some more. Let's get to 50. Invite your friends. Yeah. But yeah, that is it. We will resume on Monday evening my time. It's about late morning, early afternoon for you guys in the States, so... But yeah, I'll put it all in both the Discord and on my Instagram. You'll all know, like, a day ahead, and, you know, I spam my stories anyway, so... Nothing else to do but say night-night. Chat, say night-night. Don't leave me hanging. Nah, screw you. Night, everybody.